And we got a full house. This is great. Look at all these wonderful people out here. Thank you guys for coming and for all you do for higher ed. We'll call this meeting to order here on May 15th, 2024. And our first order of business is to approve the minutes from our last meeting on April 17th and 18th. Do I hear any amendments or corrections or a motion to approve? Chair. I hear, let's start over. Do I hear a motion to approve?
I would move for approval.
Okay, and a second. All right, moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, it's always good to start with a win. It's like having a buy 10, get one free, and you mark the first two off. That's why we always approve minutes first. Start with some wins. It's the psychology of it, if you guys are wondering about.
Lots of time you can explain.
Agenda. Yeah, I will. All right. Introductions today. I know we have some. We'll start with Wichita State. President Muma.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Great to see everybody today. I'd like to acknowledge some of our outgoing and incoming leadership at the university among our faculty, staff, and students. So first, I'd like to acknowledge our outgoing Faculty Senate President, Jolene Dowling. She's an associate educator in the College of Health Professions, School of Nursing, and the Jan Riordan Distinguished Professor. Thank you for your service. The incoming Faculty Senate President is Dr. Matthew Muther. Matthew, would you please stand? He's Associate Professor and the Graduate Coordinator in the Physics Division of the Department of Math, Stats, and Physics. He joined Wichita State in 2014 following the completion of his PhD in nuclear physics at the University of Illinois, and in 2010, his postdoctoral research fellowship at Fermi National Accelerator Laboratory in 2014. He has been a dedicated member of the WSU Faculty Senate for a number of years, and this past Monday, he officially became the Faculty Senate President, succeeding Jolene. Thank you. Staff Senate new President, Kennedy Rogers. She's not here today. Kennedy is a Director in Student Affairs at our institution, where she leads several different initiatives around student support services, including divisional assessment and student, staff, and employee engagement, and first-generation student outreach. She's been involved in the Staff Senate since 2021, and she recently took on the role as Staff Senate President. So, Kennedy. I'd like to acknowledge our outgoing President and Vice President of the student body, Iris O'Curie and Sophie Martins. Sophie here somewhere? Okay. Thank you for your service. Incoming student body president, Kylie Hauer, is not here today. She is visiting her family in Croatia. She's a junior double majoring in political science and economics from Concordia. And she has served in the Senate in the past couple of years, and most recently as Speaker of the Senate during the 66th session. And then the incoming student body vice president, Matthew Fahn. I think Matthew is here. Oh, they're on his way too. He's a junior majoring in mechanical engineering with a minor in math. He's from Wichita. He's also served in the Student Government Association on the Leadership Council and been an engineering senator. And the last thing I wanted to just mention, it's not an introduction, it's our women's bowling team. They won their 11th national championship this past spring in their intercollegiate team championship in Louisville, Kentucky. In the final match, the important thing here is in the final match, they beat Jacksonville State University. Jacksonville State won the national NCAA championship the week before. The reason why I'm bringing this up is that we're prioritizing women's sports at Wichita State, and we're moving Shocker women's bowling to NCAA Division I starting July 1st, and they'll be in the future competing solely in the NCAA arena. So, thank you.
Wonderful. President Mason.
Thank you. I too would like to start by expressing my heartfelt appreciation to my shared governance colleagues. So with us today is Dr. Elodie Jones. And Elodie has been a beacon of excellence and has served with distinction as our Faculty Senate President. Her leadership and dedication have been instrumental in our progress. Thank you so much, Elodie. Our outstanding student body president, Ella Burrows, has, with a vote of confidence from our student body, been reelected to a second term. And not here with us today is our exemplary staff Senate President, Nicole Frank, who completes her term this month. And when her successor comes in, I will introduce him at the next meeting. It's my pleasure to introduce our incoming Faculty Senate President, Dr. Shane Schartz. Shane, there. Dr. Schartz is an associate professor of informatics. Dr. Schartz was born and raised in Ellis County, earned his BBA and MBA from Fort Hays State and a PhD from K-State. His career at Fort Hays State has been extensive and diverse, beginning as an adjunct instructor, progressing to roles as instructor, international instructor, and he is now a tenured member of our faculty. Look forward to working with you. Finally, I also want to share a very special moment of pride. Randy Hoffman, KBOR's administrative associate, the person that buzzes everybody in, recently earned her baccalaureate degree at Fort Hays State. Her journey as an adult learner, diligently taking one class at a time, is a true inspiration. It was an honor to personally congratulate Randy as she walked across our commencement stage. How about a round of applause for Randy? And I extend my gratitude to Regent Mendoza for her inspiring words and her personal connections with many of our students. Thank you.
Any other introductions? President Linton, while he comes up, I do think we had our outgoing Wichita State Vice President walk in here too, if she wants to give a quick wave. Yep, there she is. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also have an outgoing and incoming Faculty Senate President. Let's again thank Don Von Bergen for doing a great job, not only as Faculty Senate President at Kansas State, but for representing them this past year. So let's give him a big one. Let's also please recognize Caleb Stout and Jessica Binkley, our outgoing President and Vice President of Student Government. And the new installations are Dr. Teresa Dualthit. Did I get that right? Yeah. They even put the pronunciation here.
Douthit.
Douthit. They said Dualthit, so it's Douthit. Dr. Teresa Douthit, an equine specialist, professor at K-State Department of Animal Sciences and Industry in the College of Agriculture, and our student president and vice president is Paige Volgamore and Jack O'Malley.
They're here too. President Hush.
Thank you very much. Regents Winter and Benson, just thank you for attending our graduations and your words as well. Just like to introduce our outgoing student government president, Sophia Dawson, and thank you for your service. Appreciate it. And just as cool, our incoming president, Aswad Arif. Thank you for your.
President Ship.
Okay, we're going to get into New Year introductions at the next meeting, but I didn't want to miss this opportunity to say thank you to Jabin Parnell, our outgoing student body president. Jabin has been a really great help and partner, and he also plays in a band. So you need to know, you're probably booking reservations for the summer, Jabin, maybe? Okay, maybe not. And Dr. Rebecca Book is here. She's our outgoing Faculty Senate President. I definitely want to recognize her as an amazing partner over the last year. Thank you.
All right. Any other introductions? Okay. Thank you guys very much. We'll move into the chair's report. So outgoing student body officers, thank you guys for everything you gave this year. Faculty Senate, everybody, we really greatly appreciate all that you've contributed. And I want to thank Fort Hays State again for a great visit. After the meeting, you hosted everybody and then hosted us the next day, and it was wonderful what we saw there. And then I got a chance to speak at K-State's graduation and had a great experience there. And it was a wonderful commencement and a great reminder of why we do what we do. So I think I pulled fast one on President Linton before we walked out for the veterinary doctor of medicine. Yeah, I said, vets, I'm so cool you do a ceremony just for military folks. And his eyes got big. He thought I was walking out thinking it was something totally different. But gotta keep us on our toes. Anyway, it's just a great reminder of why we do what we do. And we see a room full of people that are have made the choice to invest in themselves through education, and that we get to create that opportunity for them to create a better life for themselves and an opportunity to have impact on this state and the communities they go back to. It's also a great reminder seeing that oftentimes our gymnasiums or arenas full of people who supported getting them there. And it's a reminder to me, all the ancillary lives that are touched by the work we do, and also the amount of people it takes to support the work and encourage people through this. And so we often see a room that's about this big full of people, but if we could see everyone who's a part of the work we do and everybody who supports and cheers on the work we do, it'd be, I don't think we have an arena big enough to fit that bigger group. And so it's really cool. And I just appreciate how committed you all are to that work. And it's a joy to be a part of it. And so I'll move on to the report from the president and CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no report. President Mason took mine. So I appreciate you saying something though about Randy. So.
All right, let's have a person we just recognized, Dr. Von Bergen, come on up and make the president for Faculty Senate Presidents. Will this be your last meeting, or will you be back next month?
Well, it all changed yesterday, actually. So, as far as I know, this will be the last time that I have the pleasure of addressing the board. They say that time flies when you're having fun. So I must have had a blast this year because time went by very, very fast. First off, I want to publicly thank, I'm not going to have them stand because they all already did, but I want to publicly thank my fellow Faculty Senate presidents for the work that they put in and the cooperation they gave me. I couldn't imagine a better team of colleagues in which to work over this past year. I'm very optimistic about the incoming group and the synergy that they will bring. So I think the Council of Faculty Presidents is being left in good hands. I'm excited about the things they're already talking about and the energy that they have shown. Just a few items. I am excited that we had 10 current and future Faculty Senate presidents physically show up for our meeting today. We had 6 of the 7 Regents institutions represented here at today's meeting. Would have had 100%, but I had just a email a couple of days ago. Our KU president was unable to make it. He was detained. But we had a great meeting over lunch. One reason I'm optimistic about next year is because our incoming presidents made the commitment to be at this luncheon to meet Sam, kind of get introduced to what happens at board meetings. And they're already talking about things they want to accomplish next year. And so they're off to a running start, and I'm really excited about that. Quick update on the faculty of the Year award. As you know, this year's group of faculty senate presidents put together a common set of criteria. Didn't get quite as far as I would have liked to seen and some others, but I am pleased to report that 5 of the 7 faculty senates did pass at their respective institutions this common set of criteria. We're really close at the other 2, and I think with a few minor and inventive edits, we'll be able to have all 7 Regents institutions participating in that recognition. And I really thank Sam for bringing that to our attention at the beginning of the year. I want to thank the board for sponsoring that award program. And I believe we have 3 of the schools that we're moving quickly enough that they are submitting names, nominations to the board here this spring. So again, thanks to my colleagues, this indeed was a team effort. And last, very quickly, Norman Phillips from Pittsburgh State University. He is next year's chair of the Council of Faculty Senate Presidents and board members. He has been with us every single meeting. He physically comes. That's why, in part, I'm excited about next year. So he's definitely hitting the ground running. So I think you can expect some great things out of next year's group of faculty senate presidents. I will remain for questions if there are any.
Questions or comments for Dr. Von Bergen? Don't leave yet. We have a plaque of appreciation for your service this year. I'll walk over and hand it to you. But thank you for what you've done. You know, all our stakeholder groups are critical to how we move through higher ed, and you've represented the voice of the faculty senates quite well and clearly and consistently, and we're grateful for that. I also, at the graduation, Dr. Von Bergen had the honor of carrying in the mace. What I didn't realize, he's gonna have to stand up front holding it, arms at a 90-degree angle, while all the 700 and I think 30 graduates walked past him. So I don't know how he didn't cramp up, but that was impressive as well. So let me come present this to you. Another round of applause for Dr. Von Bergen. All right. Would President Stout please come up to give us a report from Students Advisory Committee? And as he walks up here, I might mention it's his 22nd birthday today. So maybe we should sing him happy birthday. I don't know if that's been done. How you guys feel about that? Yeah? All right, I'm gonna turn off my mic. Yeah, there we go.
Well, that's quite the introduction. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. What better birthday present than to be with you one more time for my final K-Board meeting. Not much discussed today on the student end of things. Yeah, it's our last meeting, so it was mainly just a meeting of enjoying one last time together and also sharing some advice with the incoming presidents and members who are in attendance. I do want to thank this year's Students Advisory Committee. By luck or divine providence, I was able to chair the group, but I'd been warned coming into it that sometimes when a room is full of people who answer to the title of president, that sometimes there can be butting heads, but there was none of that with this group. And I can truly say I'm leaving with some new friends, not just coworkers, acquaintances, or peers, but it's been a blessing to work with them all. So thank you to this year's SAC. And so thank you as well to the Regents. You should all have a note from this year's Students Advisory Committee waiting for you at your spot. We just appreciate all the work that you do for higher ed, but also the support that you've shown us throughout our term. Breakfast with the board, coming to Kansas Higher Ed Day, just everything in between. We've greatly appreciated, and it's been an honor to work with each one of you. And so I guess one cool thing is at today's meeting, we had, when you combine the outgoings who are also incomings plus the incoming student body presidents, we had a quorum of next year's Students Advisory Committee. So I will go ahead, and if there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Hannah Eckstein to give her first report of the Students Advisory Committee.
Hi, everyone. If you can't tell from the red and gold, I'm Hannah Eckstein. I'm here from Pittsburgh State University, and I am so excited to get to chair the Student Advisory Committee this year. And I have just a couple of words to briefly share with you all, and then we'll go on with the rest of this probably really long meeting today. I am at Pittsburgh State, like I said, pursuing a dual degree in biology with a pre-medicine emphasis and Spanish. And I grew up in the Pittsburgh area, so it's really safe to say that I've grown up a gorilla my whole life. And so I'm beyond honored to serve this institution in this capacity. Today, I had the opportunity to meet almost all of next year's student body presidents. And I don't know if you guys have had the opportunity to meet these people yet, but oh my goodness, you're going to want to. They are amazingly talented, passionate, and driven to serve the students just like all of you are. So I cannot wait to see you all have the opportunity to get to meet these students and really see why the work that we all do together is so important to the future of Kansas. But while I'm very excited for this next year, I want to take a moment to reflect on the past in this past year and really just have some thank yous to give out. So first, I want to thank Chair Stout for being so kind to me and allowing me to ask tons of questions and kind of opening my eyes to what this position is. In the past of what I've read, they really haven't had much of a transition, but he has provided that to me. So I feel very equipped stepping into this role, which isn't always the case. So thank you so much, Caleb, for that. I also want to thank Vice Chair Parnell, the outgoing president of Pittsburgh State University, for letting me annoyingly tag along to KBOR every month because that's been such amazing educational opportunity. And finally, to the rest of the student body presidents who are outgoing, they are all going to do such amazing things. So thank you all for your service this past year. You have been phenomenal. Finally, thank you all for allowing me to serve in this position. We are beyond excited to get to work with all of you on all the initiatives that we share together to make Kansas better through education. So thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Hold on. Any questions or comments for Caleb or Hannah? Anybody? All right. I also have a plaque for you, Caleb. Thank you. Like I said, our stakeholder groups and their voices are important. And I feel like you guys were there for us all year, even beyond the one meeting, if we had questions or needed feedback. And so we appreciate it. Your voice is important, and I'm glad we have a group that is excited to serve once again. And I appreciate that you took the time to do the handoff. So let me present this to you real quick.
Chair.
Caleb's headed to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C. after this. He's doing an internship out there that I'm quite familiar with, so I'm excited for you and the adventures ahead. Yep. All right. Let's hear from Academic Affairs and Dr. Regent Cindy Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Academic Affairs is fully focused on program review. Our April 30th meeting, we had the chance to hear reports from Pittsburgh State, University of Kansas, and Kansas State University. Today, we heard reports and recommendations from Emporia State University, Wichita State University, and Fort Hays State University. As a reminder, we have a brand new process this year. We identified 31 programs that were not meeting the thresholds of student interest, degrees confirmed, talent pipeline, or return on investment. And we had wonderful conversations in both meetings. Before the Academic Affairs Committee now are recommendations for 26 action plans, 2 programs to be phased out, and 3 programs to be merged. So our next meeting on June the 4th, the committee members will be gathering to consider the recommendations and make our report for this board to consider in June. So it's been all about program review, and the universities have really done an excellent job helping us to understand the processes on their campus and the rationale for their recommendations. So that concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Lane. Any questions for Regent Lane? All right, let's pass it over to Regent Benson, Fiscal Affairs and Audit.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, the committee conducted its agenda call on April 1st, or pardon me, April 30th, and then met again this morning. I want to highlight, Mr. Chairman, on today's consent agenda, the distribution of state funding for student financial aid. For the Kansas Comprehensive Grant distributions, we've been provided new tables. So my report explains the new figures distributed at our places today and also posted on the board's website with today's agenda. First, the private institutions requested a different distribution of their 50-50 share so that the institutions will receive the same proportion as provided in fiscal year 2024. The public university share was treated originally in that manner. With the structure of the funding, it seems an opportune time to reduce the various categories of comp grant funding to make it easier to track. The legal base allocation still remains as it's referenced in statute, but what was referred to as the enhancement funding and the state match funding will now be merged into one category. And finally, one of the private institutions now attests they met the fiscal year 23 match threshold, so no need to return the KCG funds to be distributed among the other schools. So that reduces the amounts shown in the table provided in Table 2. So it's important, Mr. Chairman, that the board act on these distributions today. So it's in the public record that the board is administering the appropriation in accordance with the legislature's requirement for the coming 2 years. Our action on consent item number 9 is connected to consent agenda item number 10 for receipt of the $27.2 million in need-based aid for the public universities. The board must act on item number 9 with the division of the state money on a 50-50 basis. So when it comes time to consider today's consent agenda, Mr. Chairman, my motion will be to approve the consent agenda as amended with the new comp grant distribution tables. We also this morning devoted the majority of our discussion to the state university's tuition and fee proposals. For anyone who wishes to review, the proposals are now published on the board's website at the same location where the agenda materials are posted. And the YouTube recording of the fiscal affairs meeting earlier today is also available on the board's channel. Obviously going to hear more about this in just a few moments. But we heard today from the CFOs and student government leaders who did a great job of explaining how they work to minimize the financial impact on their fellow students while advocating for the services they believe are most needed to benefit the overall student population. And obviously, a great deal of thought and effort went into the proposals, and we were pleased to hear how hard every campus worked to keep students' needs in mind. Lastly, I want to recognize and thank Vice President Werner Goling from Wichita State University and Senior Vice President Diana Kuhlman from Emporia State University for their years of meritorious service. They have both announced their retirements, so they will soon be casting off those responsibilities. But certainly our system has benefited from their dedication, and we wish them well in their next chapter. That is my report, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions or comments for Regent Benson? I got to work with both of you when I was chair of fiscal long ago and appreciate you guys' work and contribution to the system and to your university. So I'll second that. All right, we'll move to governance. The governance committee met this morning and heard first readings of draft policy amendments concerning building and academic unit naming. The committee then recessed into executive session to discuss fiscal year 2025 CEO compensation. And that is all I have. Any questions on governance? Okay. Well, Regent Benson, I heard you mention the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I would move for approval of the consent agenda with the updated tables provided.
All right, do I hear a second?
I will second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. All right, there we go. Let's flip over to discussion. We're going to jump into fiscal affairs and audit and receive presentations and discuss state university tuition fee proposals. for fiscal year 2025. I'll remind everybody, this is a first read. We won't vote on this until June, so we'll have an opportunity to ask questions and discuss, and then ask questions to discuss next month also. So Regent Benson, would you like to set up the time?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you did just mention, this is a first read. But obviously, the consideration and setting of tuition is one of the most important responsibilities of us as regents. So know that, just want to say on the outset that cost and affordability is important to every single one of us. It's important to all of our stakeholder groups that will watch this conversation and expect us to give it its due diligence. Really, I'm excited for you to hear the presentations from the institutions, because it'll be very clear to you and to everyone else watching that it's equally important to the institutions, even in the face of considerable inflationary pressures, which are affecting businesses of every kind. That's certainly no different for our higher education partners. What I will ask everyone listening to today's presentations to really keep in mind is that often tuition gets a lot of attention, as it should, but it's only one bucket of cost of attending a university. And while sometimes those of us on this side can get hung up on different buckets, for most Kansas families and families attending universities, it's all one bucket. So what I would really ask is obviously consider the tuition increases that are being requested, but look at the overall net effect, because the institutions have been hard at work at other areas that have cost students, and in many cases been able to decrease those. So we just ask that everybody take the net effect into account when we're considering these, and greatly appreciate the institutions and the CFOs, not only for the work that they have put into this, but we've already gone back to them and requested additional information, and they were responsive to that, which we appreciate. Obviously, appreciate Vice President Frisbee and her team and really helping to facilitate that. But just eager for you to hear these presentations today, and again, would ask you to really focus on the net effect. So with that, Mr. Chairman, look forward to hearing the conversation today.
All right, thank you. Elaine, come on up. You're going to be our guide, I think, today.
Thank you. Going to just cover a few logistics, and I'm going to quickly turn it over. Must be a K-State pen up here. In there. I'll take that. I'll turn it over to Chancellor Girard very quickly. First of all, some logistics. In front of you, you have many stacks of different paper, but some of it, are some edited tables. It's like we changed some of the things in the comp grant. You can imagine assembling the notebook of information or the large PDF did require a little editing. So subsequent to the preparation of the materials, there was one very small dollar change in some fees for Fort Hays State. So you have, and that rolls up to table 2. So you have a new page 6 and a new page 54. These have been incorporated into what is published on our website. So anybody visiting our website where the agenda materials are will find that information. Subsequent to the preparation of the information, there was a supplemental request for the universities to provide information on what if some scenarios were to take place if you had to reduce your tuition at a slightly lower pace. And so that information is also in front of you, but with a table on the first page to compare where have the universities gone since 2020 relative to the rates of inflation. So we have new CPI information released today. And so this table has been updated for that. And we also have higher education price index information for you. The structure of the proposals that were provided to you is done in a very structured way. There's narrative information. There are appendices in a structured format, all in the same structure. There is an issue paper I would also reference for your attention in the issue and in the agenda materials, separate from the tuition proposals, starting on page 50. Some information and just reminders, a refresher on where does tuition revenue slot in with the other university revenues. Some discussion of the effects of inflation on the universities. What did the 2024 legislature do with funding? There were a few key things relevant to the tuition discussion. that were referenced this morning quite often from the universities on inflation and its effects. And then just a little bit of context there on the bottom of page 52. Again, what have the rate adjustments been for tuition? And also just comparing those increases in KPI. Our consensus revenue estimating group just met in April, and they do estimate and forecast and look back at per capita income for Kansas. So just a little bit of context for you. The following pages then just go through how are the proposals structured, all the different sections and appendices for you to give you an understanding of why are these proposals looking the way they do. And then the opportunity this afternoon is for the university to talk directly to you about their proposals like we did in fiscal affairs. So I'm going to turn it over to the chancellor.
Thank you, Elaine, and good afternoon, everybody. And before we get started, I do want to thank Regent Dykus for joining us for graduation last Sunday. It was a beautiful day, if a tad warm on the podium. I think we were both soaking wet by the time we got out. But it was a great celebration. If you ever want to try a logistical challenge, try bringing 25,000 people into a stadium under construction. But it went off well, so we were pleased. So see, I can advance these. Maybe. There we go. Thank you. So yeah, we're just going to cover our proposals, what our priorities are, a bit about around that, and then some of the highlights. So really, when we think about this, really at the University of Kansas, and one of the challenges that we're working to eliminate is a structural deficit on the Lawrence Edwards campus that's been several years in progress. I'll touch on that, but we continue on that, eliminating that deficit. So that's certainly part of what we've been doing. We've got a number of strategic initiatives that are both to reduce costs, but also to generate additional revenues to help out with that initiative as well. And then there are just some investments we need to make in conjunction with the Board of Regents mission as well, and certainly around economic development being some of that. But then lastly, we need to be able to provide the appropriate services and benefits for our students to remain competitive. You'll recall that in 2019, we've really taken significant budget reductions since that period of time. We have discontinued a total of 78 programs since 2021, and then really kicked off about 5 significant initiatives, as I said, both to decrease costs, but also generate additional revenue. So as you all are very well aware of, we're almost done with the legislative session, but as the budget finished up, we did get significant additional funding this year from the legislature, but almost all of it was one time and for specific initiatives. We did not get an inflationary type increase into the base, and we also did not get the full employee raise funds as well. So while we're extremely appreciative for all of that, that doesn't help pay the bills on a day in and day out basis. And I'm sure you'll hear that theme from my colleagues as we go through this as well. And we also, in addition to just standard inflationary things, we're seeing significant increases in our insurance, our utilities in particular are really going up. At the university, this chart goes back 2014 before I was in this job, but in every one of those bars, you see a star above it except for the last 2 years. And that star represents a year that we took a budget cut on the Lawrence and Edwards campus. So you can see we essentially took a budget cut every single year since 2014. Sometimes that was a permanent cut, sometimes that was a cash cut. But that's really what we've had to do to really make ends meet over that period of time. And since 2019 alone, that's been a $46 million reduction in our operating budget. We did not take a reduction in the current budget year, and we do not anticipate doing that next year as well with all the other initiatives that we have going. Really what we're focused on with our proposal is a lot to do with just the student success piece of that. We talked about, and we've talked here about the NIST playbook. We do have some money for that. I think we got $2 million for KU for that. We're spending $50 million on our NIST playbook and activities. So just to give you the magnitude of, it's the right thing to do. That's why we're doing it. But it does come at a significant cost to be able to do that. And we're committed to doing so. Certainly, we need to continue with deferred maintenance. It's been heavily discussed here. that continues to be a critical need for us as well as on really all our campuses. And then really, one of our biggest challenges also discussed here is salary and pay for our folks across the board, staff and faculty. And we know that we, just on Lawrence Edwards campus, are about $27 million a year shy of what we need to pay competitive wages for our folks. And we are committed to doing that and are trying to build a pathway to that. But it certainly is challenging when we're left partially out of what the state did for that, for all of us. So for the highlights, is really a 3.5% tuition increase across all our campuses. We did some work around our student fees in Lawrence and Edwards to actually make them the same. They actually had separate fee structures on the two campuses. A lot of our students moved back and forth between them. It was very confusing to everybody. Cost us about $1 million to do that, but it was definitely the right thing to do. And then we've got some alignments as well through physical therapy and diagnostic sciences. And then on the course fee side of things, really several changes there, most of which course fees have not changed in 5 years, in most cases, in some instances, much longer than that. So a lot of that's just trying to keep up with costs of conducting things within our schools. And the last one there is actually a new fee for the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, which does contain about 45% of our student credit hours in the college, but it's also where a majority of our first gen and Pell eligible students start out. And so this money would go to additional benefits to help them, again, towards the NIST playbook type activity. This is a chart of where we are compared to our peers. The red bar on the right is us currently. The red bar on the left is where we would be after this change. That said, actually, we don't really know what our peers are doing either. So that would assume this position change would assume nobody else does an increase. But if they do, obviously, it will change where we land on this. But that's still unknown at the majority of the other institutions. But still keeps us in a very competitive position with our peers. I mentioned that we've been working our structural deficit. These are cash reserves that have been coming down the last 3 years as we've been working to resolve that deficit. And you can see with this proposal, we stabilize, and then we should be able to start restoring some of these reserves in years ahead. But it's an important part of our plan to do that fiscally. So I tried to do that in 5 minutes, Mr. Chair, as requested. Hopefully, happy to take some questions.
What questions do we have for the chancellor? Questions or comments?
Thought I had.
Regent Winter.
Yeah.
I'm curious about your ability to compete for research faculty. Can you tell us a little about that? I know it's a big issue. It's workforce for us. How, even if it's anecdotal, how are we doing on being able to compete to bring in new, better researchers?
Well, there are two factors that go into recruiting research intensive faculty. One is salary and the other is startup packages of what it takes to help them launch their research labs. I would say we're doing better at the medical center on that, a couple years ahead of us on the Lawrence and Edwards campus, at least on the salary part of things. But on the Lawrence Edwards campus, we are challenged on the salary side. And that's not just recruitment, it's actually retention. It's much more cost effective to keep the great people you have than it is to have to turn them over. So we're trying to work towards that, but it's a big challenge for us.
Other questions or comments for KU? All right, thank you, Chancellor.
Yes, I usually take all the hits before you. This is awesome.
All right, President Linton.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and board members. I guess the first thing I'd like to say is we probably worked harder and more collaboratively on setting our recommendations and requests for tuition increases and student fees this year than I think we have since I arrived here, working with my team and I think working with student government. Thinking about three important things: student affordability and relaxing student debt issues and challenges for parents and students, overall university operations, specifically strategic university operations, and being competitive as a land-grant institution and being competitive regionally for the total cost of attending K-State. So our request is a tuition increase across all campuses and the College of Veterinary Medicine of 2.8%, and two different programmatic fees. The first one for a physician assistant fee, that would be $45 per credit hour, which represents needs that we have with modernizing equipment and technology in order to effectively run this program. We're also requesting a little over $83 for a professional MBA online program that was initiated back in 2013. And again, this is to be able to provide dollars to be able to support the infrastructure, the salaries, and the overall operation. There hasn't been an increase since this program started back in 2013. We are not requesting any student services fee this year and will remain at the rates that we had last year. Just to give you a sense, much like what the chancellor of KU was talking about, we're challenged this year, I think, with not having the increase in compensation that we were hoping for, nor the increase associated with inflationary increase, which becomes a major challenge. You can see over the last 5 years prior to this year, the cost of student credit hours the cost per student per credit hour has only had one increase, and that was last year with a 5% increase. So if you take the 5 years collectively, it's a 1% increase each year over the last several years, at a rate of about 1/3 of where inflationary increases have occurred. To think about balancing the budget and trying to bring additional dollars in, we've been working very hard to be able to enhance student enrollment and retention and student success. This year, our applications are way up. Our student numbers were expecting to be up significantly. We don't know what those final numbers are due to FAFSA and the challenges with the delay there. And so we are conservatively budgeting for a 2% increase in students, but we're expecting the number to be higher than that. In addition to what we're requesting, we're also going to be taking between a 1% to 2% across the board budget reduction in order to be able to balance the budget. Just to give you a sense of our targeted areas of investment, faculty and staff compensation becomes very important. And went to your question before to the chancellor, we're also challenged relative to compensation for our faculty, especially our research-based faculty. 2 years ago, we were a little bit more than 10% below the average of other land-grant institutions. This year, we're doing another compensation study for faculty and staff to be able to understand where we are. We have a challenge in recruitment with salary plus startup packages, but we also have a big challenge in losing faculty after 5 to 6 years. So we build in reward and recognition programs in order to be able to try to keep those faculty, enhance their salaries throughout the process. So faculty and staff compensation represents a little more than $5.5 million. We also have $2 million that's being put into the NIST playbook. And additionally, strategically, we're putting a significant amount of funding into IT for positions throughout the university to more centralize the effort and more infrastructure around cybersecurity at the university. Taking a look at our competitive nature, this is just comparing K-State, which is in the middle here, with our regional universities that surround us in the adjoining states, both land grants and non-land grant universities. We still remain a very good value in the region and from a land grant perspective. But again, we're working as hard as we possibly can to be able to reduce the cost of attending K-State. And that's really twofold, how we control tuition and overall cost of attendance, but it's also the philanthropic support that we're trying to bring in to be able to support our students. Last 2 years, we brought in $226 million in scholarship funding philanthropically to be able to try to 81% of our students receive some form of scholarship, whether it be from the state, the university, or through philanthropic opportunities. So with that, that's all I have. I'll stand for questions.
Questions for President Linton?
Not so much a question, but we talked in detail at the physical affairs session, and I wanted to bring this up, and Doug kind of escaped this, but we wanted you to share the partnership that across the university CHS had that reduced quite a bit of wellness cost for us. but at the same time, we have kept and maybe even increased the wellness support for our students. Would you be able to, kind of expand on that?
Well, we have an initiative of being a health promoting university, which has just been launched. There will be considerable investments that are made into that effort around mental illness, health, and wellness. We have a fund last year that we pulled out to be able to support the strategic plan. It's a little bit more than $5 million a year that strategically each and every year we help to support the important strategies of the university. It's one of our top priorities in moving forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions or comments? K-State.
Anything else?
Thank you, President Linton.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to Fort Hays State University. President Mason.
Our process begins every year with a focus on our mission, which is to provide accessible quality education. And not in my notes, but I just want to share that, we all bring our histories to our positions. My history is a first-generation college student from a single family. I got work study as part of my financial aid package. And every time we get a check, I walked over to the university administration building and signed that check back over to the university. So I start with very personal feelings about affordability. I also want you to know that as I get into the presentation, that we have really been focusing also on our scholarship allocation. We have increased our scholarship allocation by $4 million over the last 3 years. And our foundation was able to announce that we reached a record high in scholarship allocations. Our process includes a budget committee, which is comprehensive, our senior leadership team, and then 2 representatives from our faculty, staff, and student government. And we do our homework. So we spend a lot of time collecting and analyzing and educating our team on market elasticity and our needs. As part of our effort, we hired the Docking Institute to conduct a study on tuition affordability and value. We looked at several data points. I'm not bringing those all forward, but here's a couple. We looked here at our comparison with the Kansas Board Regents average as well as the national average. Like the others, we also looked at our peers. These are our MIAA peers. And we spent some time really discussing in depth the challenges that we are facing, including these. This is not comprehensive. We also looked at our tuition and fee elasticity. So some products exhibit minimal shifts in quantity demand when prices fluctuate, while others witnesses substantial changes in demand with price variations. So Hanover and Associates studied Fort Hays and determined that our price elasticity has a demand of 0.775. And this finding indicates that demand for tuition at Fort Hays is relatively inelastic, suggesting that Fort Hays would experience minimal student loss from a tuition increase, and consequently the revenue gained from a tuition increase would very likely surpass any revenue loss if there was any kind of a decrease in demand. Our values study also included outputs such as tuition and fees as a percentage of median wages after 1 year. And as well, average wage after graduation. Our data-informed proposal led us to seek a tuition rate of $8.88 per credit hour for in-state undergraduate rate, combined with the same percentage across all other tuition rates, except for the MBA. Our market suggested that our best strategy would be to hold there. The on-campus fee includes a slight CPI adjustment. Our student government did a great job with keeping everything flat there. And then as part of our ongoing commitment to accessibility, We have never charged a fee for online classes. Of note, during the current year, we reduced the campus fee by $3.34 per credit hour, or $100 for an academic year. And we also eliminated our commencement fee of $50. With the increase in student employment hourly rate, our student employment went from 194 students hired fall of 2022 to 318 hired in the fall of 2023. Our proposed tuition and fees are significantly lower than the board-approved fees for all other Regent institutions last year. Over the years, Fort Hays State University has been an excellent steward of our resources. We have diligently and strategically worked to build flexibility into our tuition and fee model, a testament to our careful planning and management. We firmly believe that the proposed tuition and fee increase is essential for maintaining our high quality of education and our student services. Even with the increase, Fort Hays State University remains a cost-effective, high-value choice for students. So with all due respect, the board has already authorized every other Regent institution to charge a tuition and fee rate higher than we are seeking for the next academic year. And finally, should the Higher Learning Commission approve the affiliation at the end of June, which we are very hopeful and optimistic, we do wish to move forward with a reciprocal tuition waiver program across all three institutions. This means that our benefits eligible employees, spouses, and dependents would have tuition waived at NCK Tech and Northwest Tech and vice versa. And for that, I stand for questions.
All right. Thank you, President Mason. Questions or comments? Fort Hays State. All right. Thank you very much. President Hush, Emporia State University.
Thank you very much. Some of you are hearing this multiple times today, and have heard various comments in the past, so thanks for your patience. You know, I'm not going to be repetitive with what the other universities have said. I think a lot of us evaluate and analyze things similarly, and so I'll hit on the high points. We put a lot of thought at Emporia State, as everyone knows. It's students, students, students. We've been soliciting all their input for the last several years, particularly, and obviously costs of education is a sensitive issue. So we've listened very carefully. It matches your goal number one, affordability for students and families. The figures that were put forth and were presented to you was specifically from our tuition and fees committee. They were passed on to you as is. In a nutshell, the tuition increase that they suggested and recommended was a 4% increase for undergrad and a 2% increase on grad. For fees, Regent Benson, you mentioned, how do we look at this on a bucket basis and then a net outcome? Fees, they recommended 0. So with those two things in mind, the combined net outcome is a negative $30 for graduates on an annualized basis. For graduates, a negative $218. So, you know, in looking at this, obviously timing is not perfect for discussing these tuition and fees. In our opinion, we have at Emporia State, we have a fairly large item still outstanding that is to be decided upon hopefully by the end of the week. We're confident in that, and we hope that that gets passed. Without knowing that, and by the way, that's a $9 million item for financing our model. Just to put that in perspective, $9 million on a $40 million state general fund is 22%. That's a risk, something to think about. So we've thought about it, we've thought forward, and so we're presenting accordingly. The NIS, it was asked about NIS. we've spent approximately $1 million and we receive $1 million. So we're not spending more than what we've been given at this point in time. You mentioned also about student services. We have increased various services, but have not increased anything from a cost perspective yet. So we have made also other type of improvements throughout the year. As many of you know, we've eliminated application fee costs. We're eliminating parking costs. One of the items that the legislators approved for us is our Memorial Union debt building, and we're passing that on, which is represented here. So net outcome is negative and a cost savings to students. Questions, comments?
Questions and comments for President Hush? Yes, Region Winner.
Well, I would just say with all of the challenges that all have had when all over the system, including Emporia State, your ability and your announcement today that you've actually been able to reduce student expenses and costs for tuition and fees is very admirable. So thank you very much.
We'll pass that on to all the teams. Kudos to our students.
President Hush, can you clarify too? I think you said graduates for both. What's the graduate decrease? What's the undergraduate decrease?
On a net outcome basis?
Yep.
Net outcome is on undergrad is $30 a year negative. Okay, so it's a savings, and graduates $218.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
That's great. Other questions or comments? Way to go. Thank you very much. All right, President Ship, Pitt State University Gorillas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Special thanks to Regents Prasker and Benson for being gorillas for the day and joining us for commencement. That was, I think we had a lot of fun, right? So fun to celebrate with our students. Similar to colleagues, this is a important decision that we would make and a recommendation we would make to the board for a tuition and fee increase. We're looking at all combined a 3% increase in adjustment, and I'll walk you through our rationale for that. But there's some really good news in this. I think our process in working with students and our faculty and staff on campus, certainly our CFO, Doug Ball, working with our committee that looks at this every year, we take that work seriously. So we bring this to you for consideration. I will do my best to click us through. Like our colleagues and other institutions, you can begin to see where we sit in a pricing position. We're very comparable. We sit in a very favorable position compared to our MIAA peers and our board established peers. We feel good about that as we think about any adjustments that we recommend to you. What would we be utilizing the funds for? In particular, I think we've had some really good success this year. Appreciate all of the representatives and senators, the board staff that's really worked with us to secure funding in several important ways, both around regional stabilization for the three regional institutions, also dollars for a Center for Reading, which is really important to a lot of the good work that many people have been involved with. Certainly Regent Lane, shout out to you for your leadership in that. So this begins to add strength to the work that we're doing that Pitt State is uniquely positioned to do. There's still challenges. I certainly don't need to repeat this, but inflationary impacts through the years. We all know that, but yet there is a business model to this where you have to pay your bills. And so we want to be sensitive to that, looking for efficiencies where we can. And we've been working at that now, I think, in a very proud way for over the last decade. So we've been making reductions, and at some point you're going to cut to the bone. So salary actions within the state, so less dollars to be able to push to very deserving faculty and staff. Those are challenges as well. And we, like again, the other institutions have compression issues. And so we will be completing a market study over the next year. I think we know what it's going to find out, that through the years we've slipped further and further behind. And so we have a real challenge to pay very deserving faculty and staff what they deserve. And so that's again, a concern that we have moving forward that will only grow a larger gap into the future. So you can see what it looks like, a 3% tuition and fee increase for us. Again, not taken lightly, but feel confident in the recommendation from the campus. What does that money look like, and where does it go, and how does it support student access and success? These are two really great examples. We just recently launched a new scholarship program. It's making up a little bit for lost time, where we have 4-year packages for academic merit for students coming in. That is an expense that's significant, but also necessary if we want to compete in a very rowdy marketplace. So that's important that we have dollars available to go right back to students. So I think that's part of the strategy here, and also our Student Success Center, right? So this is now coming to completion this year. So one-stop academic and career advising, and following our NIST playbook, that's where those investments we will continue to make in helping more students get to the finish line. And sometimes you move through work so fast, you're like, wait a minute, was it a year ago that we were here talking about this? But I think something to really talk about, the investment that was made and that this board helped to finalize for us last year, was the automatic conferral of AA degrees. So you talk about an increase of 3% for tuition and fees. Think of what an automatic conferral to students that are earning their AA degrees at our universities have access to now. So where in the past we may see 50 to 55% of our students at Pitt State graduate with their 4-year degree, you're going to see those numbers change significantly, where more and more of those students, let's say we move up to 70, 75% of our students earning at least one completion on their way to earning their second completion, all for a very affordable price that allows them to complete those degrees. This is a protection of an investment that families and students work really hard to put in front of their educational goals. So I don't want to miss that, because I think that's really important, what we've done there to ensure and protect those investments of time, talent, and treasure. I think we also have some challenge, right? So I've had the fortune of working with our faculty and staff in the College of Technology. I think, truth be told, we really haven't kept up in the expense associated with offering a really high quality technology degree. And we're way below any peers in and around the MIAA, our board approved peers, related to fees associated to replace and repair very expensive equipment. So I've really taken it on this year with our school directors and the College of Technology to look at how we would stagger and structure this tech fee moving forward. Our students, virtually every student that graduates from the College of Technology, leaves with, in some cases, even higher salaries than our faculty. And so this is a very critical need right now that we begin to address in funding and providing equipment for our faculty and our staff in the College of Technology. So we see this as a very important investment that we make. So I think that gets us through kind of the fast forward, and within 5 minutes, happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Questions for President Shipp, Pitt State? Anybody? Regent Winter.
Ask you a similar question I asked before, and that is, with respect to your faculty that are researchers that do public service work, for example, how have you done to retain those people and to attract additional folks?
It's very difficult. I think fair to say that we have a much different research pathway than the big three, but we also are working hard to grow where we have strength. And so that's where sponsored research and being able to attract federal dollars for very specific growth opportunities brings more resources to the campus to support a research agenda that does right for industry within our Southeast Kansas location. So it's tough. It really is. And I think that's, I worry about, I talked about the College of Technology. I see it firsthand where it's really tough to attract industry leaders that want to come teach at a university when they're probably used to making 3 times what they could make out in industry and work for the university. Now, we have our definite strengths and advantages to wanting to work in higher education, but we have a pretty big gap to fill, and it certainly doesn't fill itself.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Regent Benson.
President Ship, in Doug Ball's presentation earlier today, one thing that stood out, and I believe Regent Parasker was asking for clarification, but I think it probably needs to be said. If you look at the numbers, the expenditures towards student health
Yeah.
seem to be going down, but the outcomes are improving. Can you kind of explain why that is?
Yeah.
For your university.
Yeah, thank you for that.
They're
So,
fantastic.
yeah.
It's across the university.
No. So,
You have to brag about it.
well, we should, and to have a partner like the Community Health Center of Southeastern Kansas, I mean, what a great partner they've been. So they've stepped in to serve as our providers. So to work on campus with our students, and not only are we able to offer our students a lot more, right, in terms of mental health support, a whole variety of even connecting them to pharmaceutical support where it was really difficult before. And let's face it, it's a expensive proposition. And so by bringing them in, and I want to give Jabin, our student body president, a shout out, and Hannah, who's incoming. We've really worked to redistribute dollars that were going into the student health enterprise back out into student life investments that were sorely needed without having to add more cost to students. So, and that, this year, Doug will probably watch him because he might roll his eyes at me. But I think we were able to save about $400,000 and reinvest back in the student experience. That may not seem like a lot, but for our campus, that's a big check. And so it's strengthening the student experience and also creating a healthy and well campus. Thank you for asking that.
Other questions or comments for President Ship? Okay, thank you very much. President Muma, WSU Shockers.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to thank Regent Lane for spending the entire Saturday with us for graduation. It's a great time. She made it to be very participatory, right? Do you want to do that again today? No. She, drawing on her experience, she said to the graduates, clap your hands if you're happy. Yeah. Any case, she made a lot of fun and the graduates really liked it. So thank you very much. You should have this document in front of you. They're going to go over. I feel really good about where we ended in terms of the approach that we took to vet our proposal on campus. We started 6 months ago. We have a presence of Budget Advisory Council. It's made up of all the constituency heads. So students have a very robust process. So in terms of that, I feel really good about where we ended up. Okay. So I thought it'd be good to give you an idea of where we have been over the last number of years in terms of our percent increase. You see there, if you take the last 5 years, it's about a 1.6% increase on average, an annual average. And if you look at HEPI, the Higher Education Price Index, it's about a 3.3% increase over the last 5 years, the same time frame. Still the lowest among our peers that you have approved for us to benchmark ourselves against, and the lowest among all the regional research universities. So we don't feel like even with this increase that we're proposing 3.9%, we don't feel like we're out of line, and it is what we really do need to continue operating at the level that we are operating. I do want to point out, though, that we're taking these dollars to reinvest in students. And I call your attention to this slide, the pale yellow part of that bar graph we're continuing to invest into need-based aid institutionally. But we also have continued to raise dollars privately. We also have access to our mill levy funds and other pots of money, and have amassed over $32 million to go towards need-based aid. So I think I'd like for you to take with you that, yes, we are increasing slightly, but we're also reinvesting, and currently this brings us to 10% of our tuition revenues that we're institutionally investing in need-based aid. So in terms of planned uses and revenues that are going to come in, we are predicting with the FAFSA changes, a little bit of variation among our international enrollment in one of our programs in engineering. We're projecting a $2.5 million tuition decrease in terms of revenues. And so with what the states has given us for this next year, and this tuition increase, we're going to start about 3.6 million of additional revenue. And you can see where we're going to reinvest that money in scholarships and around student success and those initiatives, but the other garden variety kinds of things that we would be doing in terms of promotions and various other increases. And then additionally, we're already going to take another $3 million cut for this next fiscal year in some of our colleges, but also in academic affairs in our administrative support areas. I just want to also point out, we did get some additional revenue, fair to point out, $5 million to focus around our applied learning efforts. Obviously, the NIST dollars that folks have already mentioned. And then the legislature also gave us $41 million towards the Wichita Biomedical Campus. Half of that went to us, half of it went to KU. So that's on the tuition side. On the student fee side, the mandatory student fee side, we're requesting a 5.6% increase. That's broken down into 3 different categories: health and wellness. There's no increase being asked for there. The student service support side, requesting 1.9% increase. And the big increase in a request here is on the athletics side. As you know, that we have done several studies. You have also asked us to review athletics. We know that there's some things that are coming down the road for us that the NCAA is requiring that we need to take care of. We are at the very bottom of institutional investment in our league and also among our basketball peer institution. Remember, we don't have football, so the revenue mix is a lot different for us. And then also, as I mentioned earlier in my introductions, that we are going to convert women's bowling to an NCAA sport as well. So all told, that's about 5.6% increase. The students have been very supportive of all of these requests and have been part of the process all along. There's not going to be any increase in our campus infrastructure and support fee or technology fee or transportation fee. There are 3 colleges requesting small percentage increase in their specific fees, mostly to deal with rising costs of hiring specific faculty, lab fees, those sorts of things to help maintain the integrity of those programs and compatibility of those programs. Just want to throw in there about program review. You all are going to be talking about this more next month, but we really are trying to be good stewards of the resources that we're already getting. We've been really working hard over the last 10 years of doing a continuous quality improvement process in terms of program review, and we're only left with these programs. One of them is going to be merged. The forensic science programs, to me, is kind of an anomaly. Probably will come off of that list, and so we're just left with those 3 other programs. And I think it's important for you to understand too, there's going to be some ebbs and flows in some of these programs. You know, geology, I'll just use that as an example. As the petroleum industry changes, there's going to be some demand increase. And then right now we're in sort of a lull in that area. So, but do we want to get rid of those programs? I question that. And I've talked to you all about that many times. But I do feel like we're in a good place to make sure that we're offering quality programs. We're a research university, and I think I just want you to understand that the connection there, that we're trying to be good stewards of our resources, even when we're asking for an increase in tuition. Be happy to answer any questions.
Questions for President Muma, Wichita State? Yes, Region Lane.
So shall we try again?
If you're happy, clap your hands.
Happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Happy and you know it, clap your hands.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands, stomp your feet. Say, that's me.
Yes, ma'am.
You'll get it, but I do have a question.
Okay. Well, see how fun that was? You can imagine how fun that would be with a arena full of people.
It was a risk. And this question really isn't just for you, President Muma, but for all the presidents. But before my question, my comment, I just want to thank CEOs, CFOs, your teams, and fiscal affairs, because a lot of the questions that were circling in my head have been addressed by the information you've been providing, and that's been very helpful. So thank you for that. First question is FAFSA and the potential impact that's having. Could you just describe briefly what you're planning, what you're trying to do to minimize the impact of the failures of the federal government to roll that out?
Well, I think it's a real, everybody should understand it's a real concern. I don't know what all the numbers look like from other institutions, but right now we're down on our first time in college students. Overall, at the university, we're about even at this point. We have put all kinds of effort and resources to make sure we're doing everything we can to reach out to these families that are just now getting their FAFSA information to make decisions. My concern is that behavior's been changed. And, you know, it's really easy for some of these families to, if they're not getting the answers that they need, is just to make a decision. Well, let's just wait a year. That's my concern. There's some other things in the formatting of the information they're getting that it's confusing people. And in some cases, it's not helping people that they thought they were going to be helped in this whole process. So, you know, I don't want to be alarmist here. We're trying to do everything we can at the institution, all kinds of different campaigns, outreach that's going on. But I think that there will be potentially some significant declines in first-time and college students going to schools this fall. I know what other folks.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Regent Dicus? Oh. You want to clap your hands? No, okay. Yeah. Other questions for President Muma or Wichita State? All right. Thought you were ready to go. Winding up. Hey, so yeah, oh yes, President Hush. Yeah, come on up, man.
Thank you very much. You know, I wanted to go back to what we talked about on ESU's presentation earlier. We've had, you know, I remember the first summer meeting retreat that I attended will be 3 years this summer. And one of the way that you started off, we talked about external stakeholders, if I remember correctly, and we listed, all of us did. And we came up with various things, imagine that, but there was a consensus. That was an eye-opener for me, and particularly for Emporia State University. A lot of things have been happening. But we took the external stakeholders seriously. We immediately started going out to the city, the county, our alumni nation, our friends and supporters. You know, we redirected our efforts, you know, with legislative process, et cetera. We've had some really good success and recently from the student side, and we've listened to them. I mentioned earlier that it was our tuition and fees committee that recommended and what you saw earlier. I did not mention what the university would like to do yet. So I'd like to tweak this. I had an opportunity last month. The president of one of our Sigma Tau Gamma fraternity, Joel Franz, I was exposed to him and told that he was educating the members of his fraternity and other students on campus. There's the little cost reduction effects that we have been making at Emporia State, $30 here, $100 here, et cetera, et cetera. That was quite a motivational exposure. I think, again, I keep going back to your KBOR goal number one, affordability. We need to do more. I ran the math. If I was a student today with my lack of wherewithal back then, I would not be going to college. It's that simple. So we need to do more. We want to do more. Our external stakeholders over the last couple of weeks have just been fantastic. Our foundation is stepping up, allowing us up to 4 times the amount of scholarships and various operational costs. They've stepped in. Again, all of our stakeholders stepped up. We're fortunate. We've rallied. We're not even tip of the iceberg yet. As a result, the university is modifying what the committee is doing. I told you they wanted, even though 0 fee increases, they wanted a 4% undergrad, 2% grad increase. We would like to remove that request and make it 0. Okay? We can make it happen. What that net results per student, we talked about the negative numbers. That will take it down to about $500 cost savings for each of our students. Okay. In addition to, we've rallied, even though we got bonding for a $15 million nursing and wellness center. We went out and raised it, by the way, and we did not use the bond. If there would have been student fees associated with that of nearly $470 that we would have had to pass on. So we avoided that. There's a lot of cost avoidance. With this, I'm amending the request. Thank you.
Thank you, President Hush. Questions or follow-up? All right. Thank you very much, President Hush. Appreciate your commitment to affordability and all the work that you and your team are doing. One thing that wouldn't have been seen in this room, but if you'd been in this room earlier today, during the longer presentations to Fiscal Affairs and Audit, was the student involvement in that process. I think students presented with every university up there. So I appreciate you all being involved in that arduous process of budgets and give and take and all that. And so that was important for us to see that and feel that. And just recognize that, costs have gone up a lot when we look back to when the pandemic started, or 2020. I know just our industry, we're seeing construction costs compounded up 40%, labor up over 20%. In that same time period. I know it's pretty common out there in what we're seeing, overall inflation up 22.3%. So appreciate the work that we're doing with program review that Bass talked about earlier, facilities renewal, the work that you guys are doing on that, all these for long-term outcomes that we hope put us in a position for the potential enrollment cliff. And focusing a lot of our efforts towards enrollment. I heard several of you mention student success and the work around that, and the investments we're making in that area, which I appreciate. And I heard several of you talk about scholarships, including you just a minute ago, President Hush, and recognize how important that is in our strategies as we look out 5 or 10 years on finding growth and being able to meet our budgets in the future through enrollment growth. And I just want to challenge us to continue to look for partnership and opportunities. I know that President Mason, I'm looking to celebrate with you at the end of this month when our Learning Commission approves that affiliation. Thanks for looking for partnerships in your region. I also want to highlight again with what we saw with Wichita State, WSU Tech, and the University of Kansas with the groundbreaking this past month in Wichita around the biomedical campus, and what that's going to mean for that community and what that's going to mean for the students there. So let's keep thinking about ways to partner. We have to think about this business differently on what we're doing, and appreciate all the ways that you guys are doing that. And we just want to charge you to continue that forward. So we may have questions and conversations in the month ahead, and we'll take another look at these tuition adjustments and fee adjustments in the June board meeting. So I want to thank you all for taking the time to present to us. And again, thank Fiscal Affairs and Audit for doing such a bang up job. All right, we'll take a 10-minute break right now and reconvene at 3 o'clock. So have a good break. Right. I got a quorum. We're going for it. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to move on to act on the capital improvement request for fiscal year 2026 and 5-year plans for the system. Chad Bristow, come on up. I believe this is second read, correct? Yep.
Correct. Thank you, Chair Rolfe. Yeah, discussion item number 2 begins on page 55 of your agenda books today. And as you said, it's to act on the FY 2026 capital improvement requests and 5-year plans. Those plans are demonstrated in the tables that you can find on pages 61 through 74. And as was discussed last month at the first read, Kansas law requires each agency to submit capital improvement requests and 5-year plans to the Division of the Budget in a standard format each year by July 1st. And in accordance with that requirement, the board has a long-standing process to review and act on the university's requests each spring at the April and May meetings. And just to recap a little bit, last month at the April meeting, the board considered the capital plans within the greater context of the KBOR Long-Term Facilities Renewal Initiative. And some items, main points that were discussed at that meeting were the role of campus planning, progress and trajectory of the maintenance assessment, and the importance of good data to inform priorities and strategic decisions about space utilization, rehabilitation and repair of existing building systems, remodeling, demolition, and building replacement or new construction. And so you'll see some analysis on pages 56 through 60 that put the list of capital projects in those categories. And then also at the April meeting, the board, of course, expressed gratitude about the legislature and the governor's partnership in the significant appropriations in fiscal years 23, 24, and 25, as well as the 6-year Campus Restoration Act that will begin in FY 2026. And in combination, those funds, in combination with the required university matching funds and the Educational Building Fund, provide the necessary resources to support this long-term initiative. It'll be significantly important to revitalize the state university campuses according to this long-term plan. And finally, I just wanted to recollect and highlight that the board also discussed facilities policies at the April meeting in the context of the capital planning and the board initiative for facilities revitalization, and noted that to support flexibility and accountability, there may need to be some fine tuning of policy moving forward. So probably at the June meeting, we'll have that on the agenda for consideration. And so the last thing I'll note here is this month, the capital plans that you see listed out on 56 through 60 in the agenda book do include updates that reflect the amendments that the board approved at the April meeting. And subsequent to the board's approval of the capital plans, the amendments that were approved as a part of the consent agenda today will also be updated. And then, of course, if the universities bring any amendment requests at the June meeting that will be approved, all those will be incorporated into the plan before it's consolidated and submitted to the Division of the Budget by July 1st. So with that, I will just note that board staff recommends the approval of the projects as listed in the May agenda book.
All right, questions or comments for Chad? We got a chance to look at it last month. You've had the material in your board books. Any questions or comments? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Move to approve. Do I have a second? Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. All right. Thank you very much, Chad. Great job. President Ship, come on up. Acting on a naming request.
Thank you. This is a real honor today. I bring you a joyous request. On behalf of Pittsburgh State University, we request your support in naming our new Student Success Center after our retiring Executive Vice President and Provost, Howard W. Smith. This naming represents an important recognition for one of Pitt State's most respected and significant educational leaders in its history. The secret of life, the sculptor Henry Moore once said, is to have a task, something you devote your entire life to, something you bring everything to, every minute of every day for the rest of your life. And the most important thing is it must be something you cannot possibly do in your lifetime. This has been Howard's path. He has given his life to leading schools, educating students, mentoring teachers and faculty, and helping to strengthen communities. From K through 12 leadership roles in Texas, Arkansas, and Kansas, to serving as an indispensable educator and administrator at both Emporia and Pitt State, Dr. Smith has given and given to others. He has truly lived Pitt State's mission, which is to make life better through education. Indeed, he has made life much better for many of us, and we are grateful. And I am grateful I had the chance to serve alongside Howard for the past several years. You have been an essential partner and friend. Thank you. So there you have it. Ironically, 50 years ago, Howard Smith was elected Pitt State Student Body President. Gorilla Nation is asking you to help us recognize him one final time in the naming of the H.W. Smith Student Success Center. Thank you for your consideration, and please join me in thanking Howard.
Howard, seeing us all stand, you probably know how we're going to vote on this. I was gonna do this at the beginning of the meeting, but decided to do this at this time. I want to give you a chance with you on your way out if you'd like to address the board and the audience in any way. Would you like to come on up to the podium?
First, I just want to say thank you. This is a very humbling moment. I want to thank the board for allowing me to be, work for the Board of Regents for the last 31 years. Had some other opportunities, but I've enjoyed it. I'm Kansas educated. My roots are here. And I mentioned this morning, thanks to Regent Ling, allowed me to just say a few words in Basque, but without a doubt, I've had the pleasure, and I've been blessed to work with people that have passion and care about this state and care about the students at every one of these institutions. And I think that's what the most important thing is when we sit back and reflect. For me, this is 50 years in classrooms. It's interesting, and most of you know I'm a diehard gorilla. I have to tell you that, and I want to thank Dan, and I also want to just say, it's really been cool because I've now worked with directly six of the 10 Pitt State presidents.
Wow.
Having sat on the president's cabinet when I was student body president, that was something they did back then. So, 6 decades, parts of 6 decades. So for me, this is truly an honor because it represents everybody I've worked with. It's not about me. It's about the students. It's about the faculty and the staff and the community that have come through there. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Howard, thanks for your dedication to Pittsburgh, to the system. And I just love that you'll forever be remembered around student success. And it's, we know student success isn't just about the grade book, but it's about helping them become the best humans that they can become and the best contributors. So thank you for your dedication over your lifetime. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve this naming request.
Sure. We have to fight Cindy for it.
Chair Rolfe. I respectfully move that we name the Student Success Center the H.W. Smith Student Success Center at Pittsburgh State University.
Do I have a second?
I'd second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, now I'd like to invite Fred Patton to the podium to give us the legislative update. Can you say special session?
I was going to start off by saying they're gone, but are they? I guess we'll find out here shortly. I keep checking Twitter. We don't know yet. Right? That's where you find things out. Well, we had a pretty good session for higher education this year. The vast majority of your priorities have now become law, been signed by the governor, and as well as many of the priorities of the institution. So I feel pretty good about that. A couple issues to just kind of highlight. Senate Bill 438, that ended up being the higher education budget bundle. Or not budget, the education bundle. It had the Hero Scholarship, Nursing Scholarship, changes to the AOK program, and then the Blueprint for Literacy program was included in that, as well as the appropriation. So we were pleased to see that one move forward. Senate Bill 18, that came about really late in the session. Chair Billinger brought that forward. It provides significant funding for deferred maintenance. We're pleased about that for the institutions over the next couple of years. When it comes to the budget, we started off the session fairly pleased. I remember coming to the first meeting thinking we feel pretty good about the governor's budget, and we ended the session still feeling fairly pleased. The legislature didn't fund all of your requests, but they did fund the vast majority of them, and then they added in some of their own higher education priorities. And we'll know, as was brought up earlier, by the end of the week where some of those are, but the governor still has time to veto some of those if she so chooses. So we'll know by Friday. Two of the issues that the legislature did not support included adding additional funding and staff for the board office and then doing the 5% allotment for regent pay plan increase. I feel pretty optimistic if we get them some additional evidence like compensation studies, those types of things, that hopefully we can convince them next session that they should do those things and hopefully get caught up as well. So that's one. Those are two things we still need to work for. As we just talked about, it looks like a special session is likely on the horizon. Shouldn't be anything to address higher ed. We probably all want to hide, not make our, don't show up over there. We don't want to bring to the attention that we're an issue they could talk about, because you never know. A special session, you can bring up anything. Governor may call them back for one issue, but anything could come up. 15 or so of them will be involved in the tax discussion. The others will be sitting around with not much to do. So we don't want to give them ideas. So you never know. But hopefully there won't be anything to do with higher ed during the special session. And then finally, I just want to thank you all and let you know what a pleasure it was to work with your staff this session. I had no idea how many requests they got from the legislature for data or testimony, that kind of stuff. And it came nonstop. Right, guys? And they got it to them right away. It was
Used to send them.
I did not send you all requests, but it's like a daily thing, an email saying they need this information, that information, and you guys would respond quickly with really high quality information. So anyway, you should be proud of the work they do and proud of the work they do for higher education in Kansas. So any questions?
Any questions for Fred? I'll just make the comment. If we remember the beginning of the session, we were scrambling around a little bit because we'd had some changes and you stepped in, and you've just been fantastic.
Thank you.
Really grateful for the work you do and the communication you have with the board. And so I just want to thank you again for stepping in this session, Fred.
Yeah, you're very welcome. It was a good experience for all of us, I hope. So thank you.
That's great. All right. We'll move on to electing fiscal year 2025 board chair and vice chair. We'll start with chair. Do I hear a motion for our next chairman?
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Yes.
Before I make the motion, I want to take us back to a favorite childhood story, The Little Train That Could. There's this little train, and most of the time she would just run routes that were fairly easy out and back around the community. Then one time, community leaders came and said to the little train, we need you to take some very important items to children who are on the other side of the mountain. The train had never climbed a mountain before and was not sure. She believed in herself that she could do that. So she started up the mountain and she struggled. There were lots of challenges to tackle. She knew how important the work was. And on other tracks, these bigger trains would come by, slow down, and just say, we're not helping, and keep going down the track. But then there was this one, this train that legend has it, is called something like Carl R. Ice Train. And Train Ice stopped and helped create a plan so that the little train could have the confidence that she needed to take on the really tough task before her and make it over the mountain. So, Mr. Chair, it's with great humility and pleasure that I make a motion for Carl R. Ice to serve as the chair of the Board of Regents to help move our system up over the mountaintop.
I hear a motion. Is there a second? I hear a second. Okay, any further discussion? All right, should we vote aye, or I think we can? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay.
I'm not. I'm not sure it's tradition for the elected one to say something, but after that beautiful nomination, I think I would not look appropriate if I didn't. So that means a lot to me. Thank you. Talking about an emotional day. And thanks everybody for your confidence. And I look forward to an awesome year. I think we've got great momentum, and I'm quite confident all of us working together will accomplish the same kinds of great momentum, including everybody in the audience. So thank you all very much.
All right, we'll now do election for vice chair. Do I hear a nomination for vice chair?
Chair Rolfe, I have a nomination.
Yes. Regent.
Although I don't think I can follow up Regent Lane's beautiful story she just told. I would like to nominate Regent John Rolfe to continue leading us in the role of vice chair.
Do I hear a second?
I would like to second that.
Any further discussion? Yeah, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Okay, thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Yeah, thank you. All right, that takes us to item 7. So do I hear a motion to move into executive session?
Chair, I do have a motion. I move that the Board of Regents recess into executive session to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel. The subject of this executive session is regular annual CO evaluations, and the purpose is to protect the privacy of the individual board employees involved. The session should last approximately 90 minutes and shall include the following persons who are either members of the body who are aiding the discussion: members of the Kansas Board of Regents, President Ken Hush for a portion, President Dan Ship for a portion, and President Richard Muma for a portion. The open meeting shall resume in the Kathy Rep Room at, I'm going to round up, you want to say 5? At 5 p.m.
All right, do I hear a second? Second, all in flavor, all in flavor.
Flavor too.
Oh, yeah. Ooh. Flavor Flav. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, we'll move into executive session. Thank you all very much for being here today. All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Thank you all.
And this concludes our session for today. We'll be back tomorrow at 8:30 to go back into executive session. Thank you, and we're adjourned.